Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello and welcome. We should be back. I hope we're back. Please tell me we're back. Thou art excellent. Let me know how my audio is, and I am begging you to Twitch is still dead, really? All right. Let's have a look. And it says I'm still and it says I'm live. Twitch is dead, but it says I'm live, so I'm going to have the VOD on Twitch again, in spite it not working. What the heck? Okay. I don't know what's going on. I'll see what I could do to fix it, but for tonight, no Twitch, I guess. I'm not dealing with that fight. I have enough things to worry about working right after the computer failed and crashed and everything, that I am not going to fight with Twitch tonight. We'll just do it be a 5-site stream. I hope tonight finds everyone well. I hope you have had a good couple of weeks. Just give me a second to get the face tracking up, and we'll be ready to go. I have managed to restore some things. I wasn't able to just work for these 2 weeks for various reasons, being sick, having family over, having other stuff to do, you know the drill. So, but I was able to get some things restored at least. So at least there's that. There we go. So, there's a lot of things I want to talk about, but honestly, I'm just so scattered getting back into things after the week I've had, because family only left a couple days ago, that I am not entirely sure that I can coherently ramble and rant. As you may have seen, tonight is Call of Cthulhu. I don't know if we'll finish the game, because I actually have seen this game played start to finish once back when it came out. I do not know if I don't know how on rails it is though, because I only saw the one playthrough. So I'm going to try to play very differently from what I remember seeing, and see if we can do something with that. No arm tracking tonight, sorry. That's one thing I still need to get restored. So yeah. But I am happy to be back. I'm happy to be streaming. I'm happy to no longer be sick. That lasted for a while. And I am happy to be sponsored. Yep, that's right, folks. We've got a sponsor tonight. I hope you'll forgive me, but they are helping me get up after, well, assuming we meet the goals, they are helping me get up after my computer crash and failure wiped stuff and damaged components. Yep, there are damaged components. I have to buy things. So, yeah. Stormshot Skull Island Odyssey. Thank you very much for the... 1 second. Okay. Trying to fix my tracking there a little bit. Thank you very much for the sponsor. It's very appreciated. Anyone who wants to help out, please scan or click the link and download and help us with our rush to 15. Because I could really use the help. I could really use the help. There's some things that I wanted to do that I saw that are cool that I just have to put to the side for now for the financial reasons. So yeah, if you want to help me in the 6-day rush, that one is not me. I know who that is. I don't think they're here tonight, but I am very thankful for the help. Rippy, no ominous chanting in the chat, please. You can... oh, wait, crap. Crap. I'm sorry. I missed this. I need to do something real quick. This is important. I forgot about this. Very glad I was checking my read while I was doing this. There we go. Fixed. Not that it matters much since it's a Twitch thing, but eh. Let me see. Am I missing anything? I have not had a... I'm going to try the game tomorrow. I have not had a chance to try it yet, so... I cannot speak a whole lot to what it is. I know that in the advertising and stuff, it's... Wait, no. I do know a little bit. It is another city, village, builder type game, but something that makes it stand out from these other village builders is it has tons of mini games. It has a bunch of different mini games that you play as part of your missions. So instead of just build building, upgrade building, send people here, you are actually doing things. You are actually playing games in the game. I know, that's such a foreign concept. Let me just reach. I've got to set something real quick. If it takes 25 hours to upgrade a building, I do not know. I cannot speak to that. I apologize. I have not had a chance to try it yet, so I don't know if I can, if it does or not, and I apologize. All I know is that it's another city builder, and that it has actual games in it to play as you build your city. And they have sponsored me, and I could really use the help. I'm not going to go... Just trying to think over other things I wanted to talk about before we get to the game. I'm not going to turn this into a whole rant. Again. But... Starfield continues to have its problems. Apparently, a lot of people, in spite it being marketed as being able to be played forever, people are already saying they're running out of content. And I just found out today, and I need to look into this. I just found out today that a single developer, only if what I heard is right, a single person made a game called Spaceborne 2, which I presume is a sequel to a game called Spaceborne. And it is everything Starfield promised to be, but better. Complete with actual flying actual takeoff and reentry. Not a ton of loading screens, unlike Bethesda's trash, which, by the way, Bethesda's other trash is doing great. Redfall, that's a Bethesda game. Apparently does not have enough concurrent players to fill a 4-person multiplayer team. So, Redfall's collapsing. I dance on Bethesda's grave. But yeah, Spaceborne 2 is a game I really want to check out. Because if it's Starfield but good and not $70, I really want to play it sometime. Which I am once again tempted to play Star Citizen as well, to see if it'll be like at the end of the time, so I probably won't get it. But I haven't had any time to play it, and streaming is pretty much my time to play it for this weekend probably. They are making the F-8C Hornet available in a scavenger hunt, and that's the ultimate starfighter in the game. And I am, I like my combat, but I'm not a pure fighter jock. So for me, I'm not like the kind of people that are rushing out to try to find it, balls to the wall, yada yada. But I think it would be neat to see if I could find it. But we know what my luck is with streaming the game. So I'm also sitting here going, do I want to put myself through that? Because when I play the game normally, I love it. When I play the game on stream, it's always everything goes wrong. So I'm a little torn on that. But we'll have to see what happens. We're gonna do something on Sunday. I don't know if it'll be more Call of Cthulhu, if it'll be another spooky game, or what it'll be. Let's see. There was one other thing that I wanted to toss out as an idea, not necessarily for Sunday, but I thought was pretty... I just kind of started into this a little bit earlier today, and it was really cool. So I can't draw, and it's not just a matter of practice. A sizable chunk of the nerves on my right side are dead, non-functional, gone. It's not like full-on stroke type stuff, so I still have full use of them, but fine motor control, precision, is not really a thing. Joysticks give you so much to be able to control with that flying is not that big of a deal, though I do like to blame some of my bad aim on it, but And then I use a very heavy mouse with metal plates on the bottom, which also drastically compensates for my lack of precision and shake on my right hand and arm. So, just as a quick explanation for how and why. But I can get some basic stuff down. I have been actually practicing. And something that I realized is using, of all things, using Stable Diffusion, because I do have an actual copy on my computer that I have been working real hard to build up from the basic. Because the basic recommended with V4 and V5 is not really good at all. I can actually use it to, with the description prompting, to interpret my crappy drawing capability into actual pictures. So I thought it might be neat to do a little bit of that on stream sometime, to see what happens, because it's still very, very interesting sometimes with what and how it does things, but instead of just describing a scene and then generating 50 pictures to see if you get what you're actually looking for, I realized, well, I can actually almost kind of aim for what I'm trying to get. Sort of, kind of, ish. And so I thought experimenting with that on stream could be a fun non-gaming stream sometime. I don't know if I'd actually call it an art stream though, because it's still the AI doing the heavy lifting. But just a neat thing to observe and see and watch. Tech stream maybe. We'll call it a tech stream. And I think those are my primary thoughts for now. I'll talk a little bit about what I'm planning to do with this game when we reach a certain point in the beginning where it'll make sense. But for now, I do think I've probably rambled enough. Let us actually get to the game part of tonight's game. So much fun. I was going to do a whole rant in the beginning about issues with what happened to my computer and things, but I honestly just don't think I have the energy to do so. I have spent the past 2 weeks raging as I've rebuilt my computer, and I just don't have it in me to keep going. But yeah, I wanted to come back from the break and have like bot tricks set up and things, and I just haven't had the chance to improve any of that stuff because I've got to rebuild what I had. Boston, 1942, Pierce Investigations Agency. Edward Pierce, veteran of the First World War, drowns his memories in liquor and sleeping pills. He is now a private detective who has trouble finding a case, able to lift him from his torpor. Pierce must find a new case quickly, or risk losing his license. (1924), excuse me. What did I say? If I am mad, it is mercy. May the gods pity the man who, in his callousness, can remain sane to the hideous end. H.P. Lovecraft. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I think it's really funny that the most anti-other human person on the planet, like, he hated everybody. I said 1942. Oops. Every once in a while, my dyslexia creeps in. It's not very often, but it still happens. I say it's not very often. I misread this stuff all the time. And he does mean raging. I get the... Let me move this so I can see. You get the creepy red blob bar coming off my screen several times. He has hit his eye... Yeah, that probably is about right. Sorry. Such a pleasant place to start the game. Okay, it's E, not F. Got ya. And there is no sneaky interacting. There's only interacting. So, Amnesia Dark Descent called it like, yep. I watched a video on hurricane lamps a while ago. Oh, the symbol on the box. I'm not actually familiar with this particular symbol. Which could just be my Lovecraftian knowledge failing me. It may, in fact, be an important regular symbol, and I'm just forgetting. Brighter the light, the faster the oil burns, though? Yes. But, like I said, I have played this game before. And I know that at the moment, that is irrelevant. Like I said, I'll explain when we get to a specific point.
In my wake, hold along. Fate inescapably draws you on.
Kind of looks like Lovecraft's own version of the Elder Sign. Oh, is it? It might be, and my mind's just failing me. There is no jump. I just do not like games that don't give you a jump. I say as a major Zelda fan.
What a putrid offering.
I know that that's not the thought in this particular game, but I do kind of...
You have been chosen.
Yeah, I'll get there in a second. But I do kind of like the settings where the ancient god looks at its worshippers and is like, you are all morons. And looks at this one person who actually has some sense, but doesn't like them or doesn't worship them or whatever, and goes, you I like, because you have a brain. The putrid offering thing just kind of made me think of that.
Behold.
Well, yes, but there's a reason he likes Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom better than something else. Yeah.
Perhaps you will attempt to change your destiny.
I hate whiskey.
Pierce Investigations Agency. My private detective agency, contracted to the Wentworth Detective Agency. After the Great War, I decided to set up in Boston, where there is no lack of work for guys like me. Excuse me. One small-time case follows the other. Adultery, settled scores, disappearances that are not actually disappearances. The old office couch is less comfortable than a real bed. I should probably get rid of these empty bottles. This place is mine, for the moment. Behold, my worshippers have no fashion sense. Do the worshippers ever have any fashion sense? Here we go. Oh, wait, no. Okay, we can't do it yet. But this is, whenever we do this, it's going to be what I was thinking about. For what we talked about. Nightmares! It's a Call of... Oh, give me a sec. It's a Call of Cthulhu game. We have a sanity meter. Stable, confident in your abilities and your Cartesian mind. You conduct your investigations by sticking to the facts, your convictions, and your perception of reality. Your conclusions are logical and reliable. Nightmares. Edward Pierce is a veteran of the First World War, where he took part in the Meuse-Argonne offensive. He is one of the few survivors of the Lost Battalion, American units that suffered heavy losses from enemy and Allied artillery fire. Forced to hold their position for several days, surrounded by the bodies of their fallen comrades, without food or medical supplies, the soldiers were considered as lost by their fellow countrymen. Pierce is traumatized by these events. He consumes sleeping pills and liquor to ward off the nightmares. Clearly, if we ever play me, that meter needs to start way lower. Pierce Detective Agency. The doctor can well repeat to me that I no longer need my remedy to keep my memories at bay, but I know that if I stop, the memories will return. One of these mornings, I probably won't wake up. Despite the treatment, I hear voices in my dream. I again hear voices in my dreams. They are different, unknown. They seem to surface from unfathomable and ancient depths. What nameless creature is calling me? Inventory. Lost Battalion lighter. My old lighter that I engraved in memory of the 77th Infantry Division and the men of the Lost Battalion who fell. Knowledge. I know nothing.
I wonder why I still take these things.
Sleeping pills. The doctors prescribed them when I returned from the war. It was swore that they would put an end to the nightmares, but for a while now, their effect has been wearing off. It's called a tolerance.
Lost Battalion. Holding your position and obeying orders. That isn't courage. I used to be an avid reader.
Okay.
The Wentworth Agency doesn't attract top-notch cases. I have business here to attend to.
Hey, Blue Kitty. Welcome. Spooky night.
Married woman runs off with her girlfriend. Husband couldn't understand it.
Husband never understood that his wife had left him. He kept on calling me weeks after the investigation had been closed. Can't we have calls from the outer reaches of space this time? Yep, doing okay. Hope you're doing okay, Kitty.
A good old story of blackmail and a speakeasy.
The bar owner who hired me didn't like the way I closed this case. When you're already outside the law, there's not a lot one can do against a private detective who's got proof against you.
Natural sciences, linguistics, archaeology. I should get rid of all this stuff.
But it makes you look like a proper detective.
Been a while since I jotted down something other than my nightmares.
I will not, in fact, be having him drink. That will be one of the changes.
Been too long since I've slept in a bed.
I'm just tired. Was at work all afternoon. Can't complain though. Got a decent paycheck for once since I've worked a few days this week. Nice! Yay, paychecks. Paychecks are good. Give me a sec. I'm looking for other things to investigate. Alright, fine.
I'm listening.
Are you Edward Pierce, private investigator contracted by the Wentworth Detective Agency?
That's correct.
Hello, Mr. Pierce. I'm Lucy Sheriffy, in charge of investigators over at Wentworth. I'm calling because of a problem with your file. A fire has destroyed some of our documents.
Is that right?
I'm so very sorry, but I have to collect your personal information yet again.
There we go. So, the person that I remember watching went a lot for strength, medicine, and occultism. And I will not be doing that this time. Unnatural science, psychology, ancient languages, unnatural science, logic. Hey, what did I say about the ancient chanting? Anyways. I will be going heavily into spot hidden in investigation because they did some looking around. You know, you have to do some looking around in this game, but they didn't do a lot of looking around. And so I'm going to try to do a lot more investigating and exploring. I know that you can pick up medicine and occultism stuff by doing that, so I'm going to rely heavily on that. So that's what I'm thinking for how I'm going to play the game this time. But like I said, I don't know how on rails this game is. So if it looks like, in spite me changing things, it's going to be very, very on rails, tonight might be it for this game. We'll have to see. Man. So I can only get one level in each of these. Investigation represents your investigating talents, improving the skill, increases your chances of understanding past events by analyzing crime scene or object and of picking locks. Spot hidden represents your ability to find hidden objects, improving the skill, increases your chance of finding hidden objects. An undiscovered object will not appear in game. The picking locks thing is like, but also, seeing the in-game thing kind of makes me want to max spot hidden. Because I want to find all the things. How on rails? Ozzy has it trained. Oh, good. Okay, we're gonna do more spot hidden so that I can find all the things.
What's wrong?
As you know, we wish to closely monitor the progress of our contractors. And it would seem you've been accepting fewer new cases.
Work is scarce.
Mr. Pierce, you know as well as I do there's never been more investigative work than now.
But are those cases worth it?
They're worth not losing your license. Show yourself worthy of the Wentworth Detective Agency, and we might keep you on the payroll. Mr. Pierce, are you still...
I'm coming.
Sir, I came here on the advice of a person whom I hold in high esteem, and I must say that I expected anything but a drunkard's lair.
You're free to leave anytime, sir.
Do you know to whom you speak?
Stephen Webster, industrialist and art collector. All of Boston knows you.
Tell me, Mr. Pierce, are you capable of handling a new case, or are you simply a deadbeat inebriate?
If you come to me, it means you're desperate.
Nobody believes me. They take me for an old fool. Sarah, my little girl. She is dead. Even you must know of her. She was Sarah Hawkins.
The painter? Yes. Everyone knows her work.
The police accuse her of killing her family. They all died in a fire. Sarah, her husband, and Simon, my grandson.
I can't do anything for a woman who is already dead.
Find out the truth. They say she was mad, but I know that's a lie. She would never have done such a thing.
But if you have no proof...
I've brought all that I have. Look. I want you to look carefully at this painting. Tell me all the assumptions that come to mind.
What am I supposed to find?
Tell me if this is the work of madness. Or if, on the contrary, you manage to detect some logic, a rationality to follow so that I may understand it.
Is that all you want from me?
Yes, please.
All right. I'll look at your picture. That's all you've got? The painting?
I placed a file on your desk. It contains everything I have on the affair.
Wire medicine and occult in yellow, because as you level up, you can level the other skills, but you have to find stuff in order to level up medicine and occult. It is not, in fact, a King in Yellow thing. Maybe a shout out, probably isn't. Yeah, very creepy painting. Oh, Blue Kitty, you missed it. I may actually do... I'm not gonna call it an art stream, but a painting thing at some point. Not tonight, but at some point. Clearly some sort of full... Well, it's his daughter's, so... Okay.
A warehouse on Darkwater. Some sketches of the Hawkins family. Rather thin.
A shipping label. Some of it is unreadable, but I can make out part of the address. Warehouse 36, Darkwater. The police report. It says that the fire started in the dining room and claimed the whole family. The police decide on a domestic accident, but they nevertheless insist on Sarah Hawkins' mental frailty. Why? A press cutting. An article written about the marriage of Sarah and Charles Hawkins, a businessman from the island of Darkwater. They live a recluse life there with their only son, Simon. Strange picture painted by Sarah Hawkins a short while after her tragic death was sent to her. Before her tragic death was sent to her father just after the artist died. He is convinced that she is the sender. He brought me the painting so that I could examine it. Stephen Webster, the wealthy industrialist, came to my office. He wants me to reopen the Sarah Hawkins case, named after his daughter, who died in the fire alongside her entire family. I must examine the documents he compiled in order to know more about the case. I did turn the pages. There was nothing on the back. Now, creepy painting time.
Its strange beauty isn't enough to hide the feeling of dread it carries.
Fail a
Mr.
skill.
Pierce,
I should have put that
what do you make
in
of
the
these
investigation.
elements?
I read about her mental frailty in this police report. Something's not right with the story. Find out about Warehouse 36. Where did Sarah Hawkins live?
You must tell me if what the police suggest about the mental state of your daughter is true.
No. Sarah had visions. Everyone knew that. She never would have hurt a fly. She only thought she saw things.
Saw things? What do you mean by that?
I never knew what she meant by that. My daughter was an enigmatic figure, Mr. Pierce. You must find out the truth about her life and death.
I'm a private investigator, not an art critic.
I guess you're not as clever as you think, then. The painting is linked to this case, can't you see? You must find the meaning behind all this.
Darkwater. Never heard of the place. Where is that?
It's a small, remote island off the coast of Boston. Sarah lived there with her son and her husband.
I suppose you want to ship me off there.
Darkwater holds the secret regarding my daughter, Mr. Pierce. You must uncover it.
Warehouse 36.
The sender's label mentions Warehouse 36.
That's right. It came with Sarah's last painting.
And you think your daughter could have been the sender?
That is what you must find out. Go to Darkwater. Find Warehouse 36.
Why does that still sit? Why is that still not highlighted?
The sender's label mentions Warehouse 36.
That's right. It came with Sarah's last painting.
And you think your daughter could have been the sender?
That is what you must find out. Go to Darkwater. Find Warehouse 36.
Okay,
I think I'm beginning to understand.
I'm willing to do anything for my daughter to recover her honor.
Quiet down. I'm on your side. Let's sum things up. An artist dies with her family in a house fire. Your only clue is a sort of promontory painting sent from Darkwater right before her death.
Correct. And the rumors about her supposed folly.
Which you don't totally deny.
Find that warehouse. Find out the truth regarding Sarah Hawkins' death. You'll be handsomely compensated.
All right. I'll take the case. I'll
Oh,
go to
wait,
Darkwater
no.
and look into the death of your daughter.
what about that
Thank you,
case
Mr.
option I
Pierce.
had?
I didn't expect any less coming from a man in your situation.
Something's queer. But it's not like I have a choice.
What happened to that case option I had? Oh,
Darkwater. I think I've got a book on the North Atlantic. I'll no doubt find some information on this island in there.
Stephen Webster, occupation businessman, a wealthy businessman, well respected in the Boston area. Stephen Webster came to see me in order that I investigate the death of his only daughter, Sarah Hawkins. The man accepts neither refusals nor inconvenient truths. He's ready to do anything to prove that his daughter is not mad. It had the same ... marker as the other conversation ones. I thought the one with the case symbol beside would be the final one. Simon Hawkins, age 11, occupation schoolboy, only son of Sarah and Charles Hawkins. He died in the fire that claimed the whole family. Charles Hawkins, age 41, occupation ship owner. Charles Hawkins was a local celebrity on Darkwater, the heir of a ship owner family. He used to travel a lot. He met Sarah Hawkins during a trip to Paris. They fell in love, got married, and Hawkins took her to the remote island of Darkwater. They had a child named Simon, who lived a very secretive life. Sarah Hawkins, age 33, occupation painter. Sarah Hawkins, a painter known for her tortured artistic universe. She was worshipped for the strangeness of her work and rarity of her public appearances. I seem to remember that she once said, "I paint what my dreams whisper to me." Her marriage to Charles Hawkins years ago surprised high society columnists. A wealthy Boston heiress known for her party-going chooses to follow her new husband and live as a recluse on the island of Darkwater. She disappeared from the front pages of newspapers and nobody heard any more about her. Even her death in a fire remained a secret. Only her father, Stephen Webster, continues to seek the truth. Age 11, occupation dark priest of the holy censored. Student. Art of Sarah Hawkins. Intuitive and visionary artist for some, overpriced imposter for others. Sarah Hawkins leaves nobody indifferent. This mysterious and reserved painter offers strange images with violent colors and wild strokes to the world. And her paintings are testimony to her vision of the world, and the world of Sarah Hawkins is a portal open to other dimensions. Extract from Notebook of Edward Pierce, Private Detective. You're not going to give me a look around option? But I want to look at it. The painting is in the clues. Cool. This painting depicts a monstrous silhouette threatening a woman and child. Flames can be made out in the background. Stephen Webster, the father of Sarah Hawkins, thinks that it is linked to the death of his daughter. I don't want to say a whole lot because I know one way the story goes at least. So... there we go. I'm still not letting you drink.
Natural sciences, linguistics, archaeology. Darkwater is off the coast of Boston. But I've never heard of it. According to this book, it was often mentioned during whale hunting times at the end of the 19th century. But it seems to have been shunned since then.
Darkwater Island has been inhabited since the 14th century and is still rich with the many memories left by its lost tribes. But don't let the romanticism of these moving evidences of such naive and primitive beliefs fool you into forgetting how violent their gods were. A gigantic creature still ornates the walls of long-abandoned caves. Was it a sea or a dream god? No one knows. But today's inhabitants, the sons and daughters of the proud whale hunters, still remember the mysterious and tumultuous story of their small island off the coast of Massachusetts. And that's what it says there. Rock painting found in a cave of Darkwater. Ooh, I don't think the guy I watched play actually looked at this book. Look at that. And then, presumably, the map of the island itself. For a second, I thought that might be the map of the island. The island was shaped like that. I'd have questions.
All I have to do is go to the port. I just hope that I can find a boat able to take me to dark water.
Aha! A dense book aimed at interns and young practitioners. The first volume lists all illnesses known in the civilized world. It details the symptoms and suitable treatment. The Learning of Medicine, Volume 1. So about this 42 version of Subnautica. 24, but yes. And medical progression.
The Wentworth Agency doesn't attract top-notch cases. I used to be an avid reader. The Lost Battalion. Holding your position and obeying orders. That isn't courage.
What remains is leave for Darkwater. I certainly find something on Darkwater in my bookcase. It would seem that the world has forgotten the very existence of this isolated rock off the coast of Boston. It is a small, inhospitable island whose coastline is made up of steep cliffs and sharp reefs, with only one outlet to the sea. It is mainly inhabited by the descendants of whalers who set up a supply post there in the 1800s. It was hit severely by the collapse of this activity. I think that the only venture on the island that is still profitable is its medical institute. Is there something else here? Yeah, okay. The book, the same thing. The other book, the same thing. And Pierce, my medicine has gone up. It was at 0%, now it's at 12%. See, medicine and occult skills can only be improved by objects discovered in the environment. And the stuff doesn't even spawn if you don't have spot object up. It's Medical Institute. Cue the why I hear boss music. I think that's it. Pierce took the Hawkins case. A cursed artist is accused of having caused the fire that killed her and her family. As the only clue, she left her father a disturbing painting. On the shipping label, an address, a warehouse set on the docks of the island of Darkwater. The place seems to be the starting point for Pierce's investigation. Enter madness. It's always one of these rickety old fishing trawlers. Well, we found a boat. Why do I feel this stroke of luck is bad? Also, what a name for a studio to make this game. Cyanide Studios. If Cthulhu and Lovecraft have taught up to anything, don't get on a boat. This is an accurate this is a correct oops. This is a correct conclusion. The Scylla.
Stay on board. There's guys coming to unload. Welcome to Darkwater Island, Mr. Pierce.
Why, thank you, Captain Fitzroy.
So, what wind brought you?
Does the Hawkins case mean anything to you?
A sad story that we would all prefer to forget. Charles Hawkins may have been a landlubber, but he was a good man.
And his wife, Sarah Hawkins.
Nice young woman, and a great painter. What a tragedy. You know what? Go have a drink at the Stranded Whale. What you need is a good pick-me-up. Mitchell may not be very welcoming, but his bar holds a surprise for you. As for me, you'll find me at the Harbor Master's office. If it's the Hawkins family that brings you here, I have a pile of documents that should interest you.
Understood. I'm going for a look around the docks.
Scylla. Really? Yeah, that is an interesting name for a boat. For those who don't know, Greek mythology, Scylla is a woman who was turned into a sea nymph, if I have my Greek mythology correct. It's been a while since I had my mythology class. Classes. Excuse me. One sea point available. So, yeah, see, I can't put points into these. I can put points into these. I've already failed an investigation check, so I kind of want to put points in the investigation. Last thing we need to do ever is drink anything alcoholic. Yes. This place is depressing. Yes, it is. It is a good boat name, but it's also an interesting one. Here's the thing, though. We failed at a professional level with investigation. He is an amateur at eloquence and psychology. Now, like I said, I want points in spot hidden. But I think I think expert is good enough for now. I kind of think we need to get one of these amateurs up a little bit. Psychology represents your knowledge of human behavior, improves skill, increases your chances, understand the motivations of a person based on his or her behavior or on the analysis of objects. Eloquence represents your ability to influence those you talk to by your power of speech. Improving the skill increases your chances of convincing or manipulating during discussions. Further, the sea nymph tempted Zeus and Hera in her rage, caused her to become a monster that dragged whole ships down, eating the crew. Thought something about that sounded familiar, but I didn't want to say anything because I wasn't sure. I can also just sit on this point since it'll be a while before I can spend any anyways. Or before it actually will go up anyways. Because, like, the least I need is 4. Darkwater Port. At the entrance to the port of Darkwater, one still passes in front of the shell of the Scylla, the last whaling ship to have brought back a catch. Sailors wander the docks looking for some small job for the day. A gang of bootleggers has set itself up there and is gnawing away at the territory of Captain Fitzroy, the last sailor to own a boat capable of making the round trip between the island and mainland. Here, the golden age of whale hunting is but a distant memory. Yeah, I'm just actually gonna sit on the points since they won't make a difference to at least I think they won't make a difference until I get up to get enough to actually level. want to see if the lighthouse illuminates anything. I don't think it will. Certainly not yet. Yeah, there wasn't the greatest amount of just observing. Wait, got the reverse. Charybdis was the thing that drowned ships. I thought they... I don't know. It has been a while, and my Greek mythology is not quite as strong as some of my other mythologies. Still had 7 heads post-Hera, and you could safely pass her if you sacrificed 7 men to feed them. Okay! Okay, Fitzroy is the primary objective, so we will do him last. That was an interesting light shift.
Prohibition is just a joke around here. That suits me fine.
I'll shut up your big mouth once and for all.
There's nothing for you here either. Beat it.
Are you stupid or what? Even your captain told you not to stick your noses around here again.
So Charybdis was a 50-50 TPK, while Scylla was guaranteed to lose 7 crew, an unenviable choice.
Hey, Sullivan, can't you go any faster?
See how old this thing is? If we force it too much, we'll break everything.
You can't do that.
But it's only a fish.
A fish? You've got no idea. Don't badmouth what you don't know, or you'll pay for it for sure.
Okay, that's enough.
Medical check. Well, this will be interesting with my completely clueless level.
The blood is just beginning to coagulate. It died a short
Oh, sweet!
time
I
ago.
passed it.
Only a specialist would know what killed it.
Don't put that beast back in the water, you shysters. You're
At
crazy.
least I think I passed it.
Cops, they can't understand.
The same goes for you, sir. Move along.
I'm looking for this address. Warehouse 36, Darkwater Harbor.
Ah. And so who are you?
I didn't introduce myself. Edward Pierce, private detective.
In any case, it's not very important. I can't answer that.
You can't? Or you don't want to?
Oh, no. I'm not getting into those games, me. Now, please, allow me to do my job.
Don't put that beast back in the water, you shysters. You're crazy.
They're cops.
Passed the basic
They
check, but
can't
not the advanced one
understand.
from the sound of it.
Damn stupid.
You can see that I'm busy, can't you?
You
That's
can't
no
understand.
way.
Oh,
You're
I
not
should have asked the
seeing
other
it.
stuff.
Oh yeah.
It's Darn it.
Sign. There's something coming. Something real bad.
I didn't think I'd get locked out of anything in this
Back the
conversation.
water, you shysters. You're crazy.
They're cops. They can't understand.
Damn stupid idiots.
Get it? Nobody listens.
Given the rude guy, given the time, I think we should just be happy they didn't go with the stereotype and make him Irish.
Be careful. Let's get him another drink. He's dry.
In my bar, we don't serve troublemakers.
Wasn't me who went looking for it. Hold to test eloquence. Guy didn't show respect. Hold to test strength. You're overdoing it. Well, my eloquence and strength are both absolutely terrible. I will attempt eloquence.
Yet you served this man, and you can't say he's been on his best behavior.
He's a regular. It was you who provoked him by turning up with your mainland manner.
You mistake my manner. I ask nothing more than to become a regular as well, which will be difficult if you refuse to serve me.
I hope you're less talkative when you're drunk.
Try me.
We'll see.
Right, the only cute woman in the bar, we've already found trouble. No prohibition
I didn't
around
expect
here.
to find alcohol on this island. What's the source of this miracle?
You mean who? Our source of supply wouldn't like me to betray them to the first comer.
I'll tell nobody.
She'd know it anyway.
Gee, I wonder who it is.
The stranded whale. I guess this bar has been here a long time.
What can I tell you? I'm a nostalgic sort of guy. The name, it reminds us of the golden age of dock water, when our whalers left for long months and came back sweating and stinking of the oil and flesh of the whales they'd been hunting.
It was a tough time, all the same.
Ah, but steeped in glory. We've never known such wealth since then.
What can you tell me about her?
We all knew she was famous on the mainland for her paintings. Never understood why. Then, I don't want to speak ill of the dead.
Truly restrained. I'm not speaking if it's true.
Her style made her famous. How would you describe it? Tortured?
Yeah, well, it wasn't normal. I mean, for a young woman with a child and all that. We saw them in the papers and we said to ourselves, who can paint such things? Is that how she sees the world?
So they made you feel uncomfortable.
You need to see them for yourself. Make up your own mind.
Her vision. Was it so terrible?
Way I see it, the truth is really a question of point of view.
What do you mean by that?
Do you still trust the truth after a bottle of whiskey?
I've got what I need.
Anything else?
What can you tell me about her?
We all knew
Oh,
she
wait,
was
no.
famous on the mainland for her paintings. Never understood why.
Well, I'd rather hear something twice than,
I don't want
than
to speak
accidentally
ill of the dead.
log out of a conversation again.
I've got what I need.
Anything else?
Stench of cadaver sea mammal, such glory. Not ordering a drink. Prohibition's already done. Dark. Looking for Warehouse 36.
Do you know where this place is? Warehouse 36, Darkwater Harbor.
The Hawkins warehouse. I see, yeah. If I were you, I wouldn't hang around there.
Why not?
First off, there are rumors. Sailors from around here say you can hear noises coming from the warehouse at night. Screams, that sort of thing.
Oh, fun.
Screams.
And that's not
I
all.
didn't remember that part.
There's the fate of its owners and all the superstitions that go with it. But I'll say no more. Anything else?
I think that's it.
That'll be all for now.
Promised I'd get a drink from him, and then I didn't get a drink from him.
Charles Hawkins was a heavy drinker and a debtor. Interesting.
Mrs. Baker, always free for the lady. Captain Fitzroy owes $12. Charles Hawkins owes $68. S. Winchester owes $9. And Andrews owes $6. Tell how much they like prohibition around here.
And then he said, "You have no right to treat us like this."
And the doctor, what did he say?
He laughed.
My God.
You said it.
She will do it again, you know. The girl doctor. Cold.
The miraculous catch. Apparently, the most significant event of the last 80 years.
That is considerably more than everyone else. It is. Got any filthy liquor to pay a tab? The Shanty, 21st May, 1847. Miraculous catch. The Scylla returns to port to save Darkwater from famine. We had given up hope. The crew of the Scylla, or what remains of it, returned to Darkwater port late on Tuesday afternoon. The locals immediately rushed to the docks to welcome the last whaling ship on the island. People were amazed at the sight of the unbelievable catch the brave vessel had on board. Of a size that went beyond that of the formidable toothed whales, the cetacean that is already being called the miraculous catch covered the whole deck, and parts of it were hanging over the side of the ship. The surviving sailors told a frightening account of their perilous catch, but also of its meat, unmatched in its quality and plentiful, nutritious benefits. There is no doubt that the immense size of the whale will allow numerous inhabitants of Darkwater to feed themselves, bringing an end to the famine from which part of the island was suffering. Part of the island? Warehouse for rent! Mr. Marks is putting his warehouse up for rent from June for fishing, workshop, or storage activities. You can contact him via your favorite newspaper or visit him on the docks. Special evening at the Stranded Whale. To celebrate the return of our brave whalers, all the staff of the Stranded Whale invite you to an exceptional and free tasting event. Come with your family or with your friends to taste the miraculous catch. Each person will leave with a bottle of oil, so don't hesitate.
She won't stop asking.
Not that again.
Miraculous catch is what the locals call the last catch of their whalers. In 1847, although whales were disappearing from the fishing zone of the Darkwater whalers, the crew of the Scylla made a gigantic and monstrous catch that saved the island from famine. They still celebrate this catch, and an article from the Times still decorates the bar. It's strange how the memory seems so alive, as if it were maintained by the survivors. Extract from Notebook, Edward Pierce, Private Detective. A bar where liquor is served with total impunity. It's the last thing I expect to find when I arrived on this island. The Stranded Whale is its name, and it's managed with an iron hand by the owner, a certain Mitchell. He does not tolerate troublemakers, and he fiercely protects the identity of his supplier. All the inhabitants of the area seem to go there, and I even saw what looks to be a truce between the bootleggers and the sailors. Roy Mitchell, age 55, occupation, owner of the Stranded Whale Bar. Roy Mitchell runs the only bar on Darkwater. Prohibition has no hold on the Stranded Whale, and sailors come to seek some comfort in Mitchell's whiskey. The man therefore knows more than anyone the secrets and rumors that the inhabitants of the island exchange after a few glasses. Mitchell is devoted to the golden age of whale hunting, if the numerous trophies that decorate his establishment are anything to go by. The man will talk freely on the subject on which he is so keen, but he will be far less enthusiastic if one was to inquire about his source of liquor. Still just the one character point. And that's still the only clue for the... Right.
Get us into trouble.
I know.
Nightmares. Can hear things and voices whispering. Will follow its reader and appear at various locations. gifted with its own consciousness, until it finds a new reader.
Can I have your book, please?
Do you like our song?
We're true sirens.
We may not be pros, but we give it all we've got.
That's true. It's a reminder of the time when we were still fishing for whales off Darkwater Island.
I've never heard this song before.
Only people from here know it. It tells the story of the miraculous catch.
I saw the newspaper clipping. You don't believe it, do you?
Watch what you say, young man.
That catch saved our island.
Ah. Where's the proof?
We're the proof.
Without it, the whole of Darkwater would have died of hunger in 1847.
It's true. Everything happened just as it says in the newspaper report. Our grandparents tasted its flesh.
And it was delicious.
What brought whaling to an end?
The whales, of course.
They all disappeared.
You exhausted the stocks.
You could say that, yes. There were fewer and fewer of them.
Until the last, the biggest.
The one of the miraculous catch.
Exactly.
I bid you farewell, gentlemen.
Good night, stranger.
So long.
Someone has a cursed book. Conversely, if we start seeing a book in several locations, run. Indeed. Edward, stop trying to get yourself... Yeah, he's not great at staying out of trouble. You're not gonna let me pick it, are you?
What you looking at, stranger?
Nothing at all. Was a woman like you doing a place like this?
Clientele is predominantly male.
Tell me something I don't know.
I meant nothing by it. I'm just wondering what a woman like you is doing in this flea trap.
And I'm wondering what could be going through the head of the chump who goes to disturb her. Let me drink, stranger.
How do you activate pick lock? I don't know. Thus far, all I've had is right click, regular click, and E. I assume there's something important back there.
You think we don't know what you're doing? Hidden in the
There's
fog?
nothing for you here
Now
either.
shut up your big mouth once and for all.
Optimistic.
Okay, don't know if anything's changed here or not. Unlikely, but it's worth
You can
checking.
see that I'm busy, can't you?
You can't understand. You're not sailors.
What could have done so much damage?
Oh.
Don't put that
Okay.
beast back in the water.
That was a little
you
different.
Shysters, you're crazy.
They're cops. They can't understand.
Damn stupid idiots.
Forget it. Nobody listens to us anyway.
That's no way to treat an omen.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, Fitzroy time. After I look around up here.
I wonder what Captain Fitzroy has got to say about this woman, Cat.
Captain, the terms of our agreement are clear. Keep your men under control. You cannot afford to provoke us. No need to answer this message. Just make your payment to the carrier. Cat.
Broken. This place seems half abandoned. Fishing equipment. Could do with some rust remover. A souvenir from a more prosperous era. I guess this blackboard hasn't been wiped for more than 70 years. The Scylla. It finished up beached at the entrance to the harbor.
You may want to do something about this. Ooh, second volume teaches ethics and good practice to medical staff. Learning of Medicine, Volume 2. %. That did not take me up near as far. And still only 1 point. Okay. That's the same as before. Same as before.
This man and Fitzroy could be twins.
This photograph, a man who looks like Captain Fitzroy is posing on the bridge of a ship. He has a wooden leg. I assume a higher investigation would get something to spawn there.
What a macabre souvenir.
The wooden leg. Just making sure there isn't more to read.
I've brought out the Charles Hawkins cargo manifests. They're on the table next to you. But in truth, you're likely to be disappointed. When you're done, come join me on the deck. I've brought out the Charles Hawkins cargo manifests. They're on the table next to you. But in truth, you're likely to be disappointed. When you're done, come join me on the deck.
These manifests are signed by Charles Hawkins, but that's all I'll get from them.
Only a few dates are still legible. 1890, 1907, and a partial date. The rest of the document is blacked out. Who would want this information to be hidden?
From here, I see everything that goes on in the harbor. The hard-working lives of my sailors, the fights at the stranded whale. Even the antics of these wharf rats don't escape me.
It's you who lays down the law around here.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I'm just the last serving captain on Darkwater. Tell me what I can do to help you.
Talk about Darkwater. This photograph looks strangely like you.
I was looking at your photograph. The one of the man in front of the boat.
Ah, yes, I can see the one you're talking about.
Interesting resemblance. I thought it was you, but with a wooden leg.
And for good reason. That's my father in the photograph.
Your father?
John Fitzroy, captain of the Scylla. His wooden leg is here. You can go and see it if you're interested.
He is very proud.
I'm just back from the wharves. The dead killer whale is unsettling the sailors.
Ah, yes. Us men of the sea are superstitious folk.
What would have killed it? Why are they putting it back in the sea? What would have
Killer whales don't have many known predators.
That's true. And normally, they're not found around here. But, you're gonna take me for a fool.
Give it a try.
Have you heard about the depths? Trenches that plunge into the earth, and that shelter creatures unlike any other.
You're talking about mythology.
Ha! Indeed, you're right.
Why are they putting it back into the sea?
The police took the decision to put the killer whale back into the sea.
You've got to understand them. They didn't know what to do with it.
I think that was a mistake. Who says that whatever caused those wounds is no longer in these waters?
You think we should have kept it?
To look into the real cause of its death, at least.
What is this miraculous catch?
The miraculous catch. Is it a local legend?
Not at all. It's an episode from our glorious past. Go read the story of the sailor's return to Darkwater Harbor. It's displayed on a wall of the stranded whale.
Who is Cat?
I found a threatening letter, signed by a certain cat.
What? I don't mind you visiting my harbor master's office, but I'd prefer if you didn't go through my affairs.
Are you being blackmailed?
Not exactly, no. That shyster wants to make us pay protection money.
With any success?
I wouldn't say that, but she terrifies my men as much as her own.
Can you not do anything to stop her?
Don't you worry about that.
Documents unreadable, Warehouse 36. Documents unreadable.
Your manifests have been blacked out. They're totally unreadable.
Yeah, I saw that. I've got no idea who did it or why. I don't remember having countersigned anything special enough for someone to hide it.
And why obliterate the dates, as well as the goods stored in the warehouse?
You mean that the dates have some meaning?
Thought that fishing stopped in 1847 when Charles Hawkins radio for a living. You tell me. Unlocked.
I'm surprised Charles Hawkins had goods to store, knowing that whaling stopped in 1847.
I see that you're interested in the history of our island. Indeed, maritime activities ceased altogether at the end of the last century. I imagine that the Hawkins family had other types of contracts.
But you don't know with whom?
No, it was none of my business.
I guess just the warehouse then, unless Darkwater's changed. Nope.
I'm looking for Warehouse 36. Do you know where it is?
Look, it's right there. The warehouse is opposite the jetty. You can't miss it.
Understood.
You know who the building belongs to, don't you?
Lie, no idea. You underestimate me. Investigation professional is this game of yours. It belongs to the Hawkins family, which is an unlocked answer. Investigation or unlocked answer? I feel like unlocked answers are way better to do than tests. Just because, you know, they're unlocked.
It belonged to the Hawkins family.
Precisely. Ship owners from father to son.
I think that somebody here wanted me to search this warehouse. Can you tell me where the warehouse is?
Okay.
Look, I've already shown it to you. It's the one with the cop on guard duty out front. You can't miss it.
Understood. I shall be on my way.
So come back and see me when you've got something new.
Ah! Got another point. But again, I'm gonna sit on them at minimum till I get 4 to spend on something. James Fitzroy. Age 45. Occupation? Captain. James Fitzroy is the captain of the is captain of the Charybdis, the only boat that still sails between Darkwater and Boston. His base is the harbor master's office, from where he misses nothing that happens on the island. The inhabitants of Darkwater respect him. The bootleggers despise him. He offered to help me in my investigation. Double checking to see if anything's changed here. We're just talking about the Charybdis. Or, I guess, Charybdis, not the. Ah. I can talk to you.
We're no longer at home on our own island.
Calm down. It's not worth the effort.
I told him, that flunky, that he'll see what a real sailor has in his belly.
If you continue like that, everyone will see what you've got in your belly.
I hope so. I hope they don't forget the lesson. Me? I'm not scared of some girl.
I mean, they're going to cut you open, you idiot. Calm down.
Yeah, I think we'll stick with unlocked answers whenever we can.
That's it. Maybe we should let him take it. No. No, the risks are too high. It's a book, after all. Pure knowledge.
Were those markings on your hand before?
What? Another break?
One of those damn sailors came looking for trouble again.
Oh wait, no, I think
He won't try again anytime soon. We gave him a good hiding.
So you said
that may be a trigger for the warehouse. I'm going to avoid her for a moment.
It's just a little drink.
Again, I'm not playing completely blind. But I am playing a couple years out of date. Trying to remember how... Yeah, I think they got Cat to help them.
It's a sign. There's something coming. Something real bad.
Don't put that beast back in the water, you shyster!
What could have done so much damage?
Alright.
You can't understand. You're
Anything
not
new from you?
sailors.
You didn't tell me that the warehouse I was looking for was right in front of us.
Because its owner is dead. And I don't want to see you hanging around it. Now please, leave us to our work.
Don't put that beast back in the water, you shysters! You're crazy!
They're cops. They can't understand.
Yeah, yeah.
Stupid idiots.
Forget
Right.
it. Nobody listens to us anyway.
That's no way to treat an old man.
Come on, you could tell me.
No, if it gets out, I'll have serious problems with you-know-who.
I bet that. How could you be dumb enough to leave the entrance to the warehouses unguarded?
Keep your voice down. Why not go and shout at the cat while you're at it? I don't want to end up with her little knife under my throat.
It's a stiletto, you idiot. And with that smell on your breath, I don't give you much chance anyway.
live here?
Why did you do that, huh?
We saw what you did to St. Brendan.
Yeah, we'll teach you to come onto our island and ridicule our protectors.
I just arrived, you fools.
How can I be the one who defaced your saint? I've just come ashore, you idiots.
That's true. We're as drunk as lords.
You bet. You could have gone by without us seeing you.
Do not rile me. You can hardly stand up.
He's right. We're no match.
For the moment. We're annoyed. It's understandable.
There's you, our beloved statue, and then those two bozos behind us. Wait, now that I think about it, it's got to be them. There's one of them who's always going back and forth to the statue.
Quieter. That's all we need for them to hear us.
What brings you to dark water?
Find out about the island.
That
Saint Brendan.
statue represents your local saint.
What do you mean by local, exactly?
You wouldn't be looking down at us, like all townspeople do.
St. Brendan. He protected whalers and fishermen like us. Until those assholes defaced him.
That's where you live?
Peculiar house.
Yeah, that's where we live. Our boat.
It's not because it doesn't float anymore that we're going to abandon it.
Isn't it a bit early for alcohol?
We got nothing better to do anyway. There's not much work around here.
Fitzroy gives us a few chores every now and again, but since the whaling station shut down, ain't a lot of jobs left around here.
So we drink.
The two guys behind you. What are they guarding?
The bootleggers. Scum.
They're protecting their territory. From whom, I wonder?
They really don't have a choice anyway. They're more scared of Cat than an attack by drunken sailors.
If only they would kill each other.
It was Cat.
Is it Cat who's shaking down Captain Fitzroy?
Oh, hold on just a minute. We didn't tell you a thing.
Nothing at all.
I've taken enough of your time.
We'll see you later.
Okay. Interesting fence you have here. The lack of a jump, mantle, or climb is annoying. These two are my favorite characters so far. Remind me of Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Interesting shout out, but alright. Oh, there we go.
Damnation. I broke it.
Really?
It's
You
no
can't
use.
try
The
again?
padlock won't give.
I can pick locks better than
It's
you.
no use. The padlock won't give. It's no use. The padlock won't give.
You're supposed to be an expert. Those little padlocks are easy. Now I kind of just want to grab a padlock in my kit and just like open it just out of frustration. Okay, I hope you give us occultism points. Why don't you just broke the pick in the lock so it's permanently... Oh, yeah. St. Brendan, the Navigator. 484 to 577.
St. Brendan, patron saint of sailors and travelers. Desecrated. I can't even say which language it's written in. I've no idea what it says.
Right. Max out occultism at the beginning and you might get something there. Occultism has not changed. Does the patron saint of whales and whalers still protect the sailors of Darkwater? Visibly, there were other gods before St. Brendan, and their worshippers did not seem to be of this opinion. The locals still worship the old saint, but a mark was made on the statue by another cult. Alright, I wonder if I can just make him let me in.
Where do you think you're going?
Others are interested
Who
in
are
the warehouse?
these others so interested in the warehouse?
And why would I tell you?
We're on the same team. Hold to test eloquence.
You and I are on the same side of the law.
Oh, yeah?
You don't want to know the truth behind this case.
Are you saying our work was not up to snuff? Forget it.
I'm not here to hinder your work, officer. Edward Pierce, private detective.
Sorry, we're all a little on edge today. What are you doing here?
I'm investigating the death of the Hawkins family.
Darn it. Why do you want to drag up all that stuff again?
My investigation has led me to this warehouse.
That case was closed months ago.
What do you know about the Hawkins case?
What more can you say about the death of the Hawkins family?
Not much more than what everyone knows. I wasn't on the case. They were all burnt to death, right? Up at their place.
The whole mansion went up in flames.
Don't get it into your head to go wandering around up there. It's dangerous.
What do you mean by that?
The only one left there is old Silas, and the accident has affected him badly. He can be unpredictable, especially if a stranger starts poking around the property.
Is he a danger to the public?
No, he's in his own home. Do yourself a favor. Leave him well alone. You again. I told you to beat it.
No need to get worked up.
Okay, eloquence didn't work. So there's those two. Let's go back and talk to Kat. And then there's... see what's down here. I do not quite... I think Kat was involved, but don't actually remember a lot of the details of how whoever it was got into the warehouse. Range. Once these items are found, the detection icon will appear. Okay. Lever activates a mechanism.
A handle. It must come from these old winches. It looks like there's a way in under this grate.
This part enables heavy loads to be lifted and it held aloft without risk.
This ratchet device seems to be usable. A whale vertebra. If the newspaper clipping in the bar is true, this bone is a real fossil. I could use this old winch to lift the grating.
Cool. Okay. No? What am I missing? What the? What'd I do? What did I press to do that? Oh, okay. I must have bumped my middle mouse button. Ah! Oh! Oh no, it must have come out automatically to let me know. Cogwheel's part of a mechanism.
It should be possible to mount this cogwheel on the winch.
Okay. So you can find stuff with more light than you would without. Okay. Oh, test strength. I've got no points
Looks
in
like
this.
everything is in its place. All that's left is to try to turn this handle. Damn, I broke it.
Seriously? Okay.
Well. A little mouse has got lost on our turf. You're not only inquisitive, you're also stupid. What gave you the crazy idea to come onto my turf?
Your turf? That's news to me.
For a guy who has no idea, you've been doing a fair bit of poking around. My men saw you staking out the Hawkins warehouse.
Is that against the law?
I'm no idiot, Detective. I'll tell you how things work around here. I decide who comes in and who stays out. And anyone who doesn't respect my rules, I punish them.
You may need to start. I may need to start saves coming.
Is your name Kat?
What of it?
Maybe we can come to an understanding.
Maybe. Or maybe not.
Okay.
Get this joker out of here. He might have a little trouble walking on his own.
Ugh. I'm getting careless. I didn't see that coming. If I want to get into this warehouse, I'm gonna have to deal with her.
Okay, we'll try this path then.
Come on, you could tell me. Who's this guy?
No idea. You better keep it shut.
Where we don't have a clear conscience.
Quiet. What's with you wandering around here like a hungry dog?
We saw you talking to the two soaks. Go die of thirst, the lot of you. It'll stink less.
Cat sent me. Skate the activities. Unlocked answers.
I went to see the statue of St. Brendan.
What makes you think we did it?
We're bootleggers, not savages.
Who do you think defaced the statue?
What do I know? They could have done it by themselves.
The sailors?
Who else, in your opinion? And who's interested?
Cat. She's your boss.
What? You listen through keyholes?
She's the boss, yeah. She says who goes in or not.
Shut up, you dummy. You wanted to know that you also talk too much.
She must be quite intimidating if she can make two men like you tremble.
He says after getting
the
beat up.
smile at the last one who wanted to get in.
I hope he had a good dentist.
No, you don't understand. She really cut him a new smile.
But he only smiles with the left cheek.
I've got to enter the Hawkins warehouse. I guess it's gonna be complicated.
No, it's very simple, in fact. Fuck off.
I don't give a damn about your racket. I just want to get into this warehouse.
And we don't give a damn about you. Whatever your reason for wanting inside, there's nothing we can do for you.
So, who are you?
Are you stupid or are you doing it on purpose?
Everybody knows us on Darkwater.
I've just arrived.
Let's just say we're standing guard for the owner of the site. And we let no one enter her property.
Test eloquence. I have failed all these tests so far.
I've got to get inside. It's your boss who sent me.
Oh, yeah? And why didn't she say anything to us?
She sent me to see who's filching her stock.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You got no proof to back up your claims, and I'd advise you against snitching.
If I can't get rid of those two, I'll have to look for another way.
Okay, failed 2 eloquence tests and a strength test. I guess I'm going in the way the other guy did and just asking Cat.
Damn stupid idiots. Forget it.
Question, if I fail the Cat test, do I just, like, have to start the game over or something?
I bet you don't see one like her every day, do you?
Yes, Cat is an extraordinary woman.
Damn right. There's nobody more intimidating than her on the docks. Except the captain, of course. But you're lucky that she left you alive. She must think that you can be of use to her. With that, please do excuse me, because I'd prefer not to be seen talking with you for too long.
I got something from the eloquence, but they didn't let me in. So I'd say I didn't get enough from the eloquence. And there's no fixing this, right? Gonna need to take a quick break soon.
Nightmares. Can hear things and voices whispering. Will follow its reader and appear at various locations. Gifted with its own consciousness.
Pierce.
Hey, Mitchell. A drink for our new friend. I owe you. You don't know how to fight, but at least you've got guts.
Yeah, aching guts.
Huh. I've got them too. But you don't hear me whining like a pooch who's lost its leash. You didn't back down. Something that I respect. So understand by that, if I catch you again, you'll carry a more permanent reminder of our encounter. Tell me, what brings you to Darkwater?
You know they stealing. Well, we learned that listening at the window.
I'm investigating the deaths of the Hawkins family.
It's very nice of you to tell me the truth so openly, but it's also really stupid of you. You really don't seem to know the area. Let me give you a little advice. If you want to survive more than a day in this rat hole, avoid talking about them to the first people you meet.
Oh, unlocked.
I need to get into the Hawkins warehouse.
You're out of luck. It's on my turf.
It's precisely for that reason that I've come to see you.
Are you pulling my leg?
Think it over. I've seen what you're capable of. And you didn't miss me.
I accept the compliment. Well, I see you're serious. To be honest, as long as it doesn't interfere with my business, I don't care. But I'll go with you, to make sure you don't stick your nose into things that don't concern you.
Sounds honest to me.
I'm not finished. If I do that for you, if I let you onto our turf to conduct your little affairs, you'll be indebted to me, and I guarantee that I always collect on what I'm owed. Think about it. I help you, you'll owe me a favor in return. Do you accept?
Do I have a choice?
Oh, we always have one, Detective.
Not really. I can't continue the game if I don't
Follow
get in.
me.
Nobody questions your authority here. I was given to believe that Fitzroy stood up to you.
That dope tried to save face in front of his sailors. They revere their brave captain as they do their old statues. But sooner or later, all statues get buried in bird shit, and nobody cares.
And the police? They do nothing to stop you?
The local cops? The cops drink like everyone else, sweetheart. They know where their interests lie. Apart from that pig-headed Bradley, I don't know whether to admire his stubbornness or to have pity on him.
Get it. Nobody listens to us anyway.
That's no way to treat an omen.
Oh, yeah? He's gonna get us into trouble. You can't understand. You're not sailors. It's a sign.
Come back. I told you that your boss sent me. Or just point.
It's fine.
He's been stealing it.
Oh, okay.
Be a gentleman and move that for me.
I think I see like 3 different ways to get in here. So yeah, they were other ways. I just failed them all. At least if I'm reading this geometry right. Well,
That's how it's done.
okay.
Do I still need to hold your hand? Or do you think you'll get by on your own now?
Don't overdo it.
Good. In that case, I'll leave you. I've done enough mothering for now.
Right.
Ugh, this place stinks.
Definitely
What
glad
is
she
the
came, because
connection
I'd probably
between
fail
this
the lockpick.
place and the Sarah Hawkins case?
Alright, we're gonna do the warehouse when we come back. In a couple minutes. I will be right back. See you guys in a minute. I return. And also realized I have a small problem. So remember I wanted to do the, again, I'm not sure if art is the right word, but drawing thing with Stable Diffusion, where I show off what little drawing skills I have and then have Stable Diffusion turn it into real pics. That's Stable Diffusion running on my computer. The one that I have built up. Running on the same computer that runs our stream and my tracking software. That is a little bit problematic to have Stable Diffusion just take all of the resources we have. All right, let me get this stuff tweeted. So yeah, that might be a little bit of a problem for that might be a little bit of a problem for actually being able to do that. Just doing a quick check over with the streams. Sending out. Go away. Looks like we're still up and running. Back. I think. Let me check one more thing. So yeah, that would kind of, every time I hit go on it, it would absolutely kill the stream. So, and the tiny little 1060 on my Linux box. Oh, I didn't talk about that. The tiny little 1060 on my Linux box cannot do Stable Diffusion. Which, yeah, I have a Linux. I've mentioned before I have a Linux box made out of old computer parts. That is part of my plan to prevent what happened with the crash happening again. I am converting it, piece by piece, slowly, into being a network storage system. It will manage my files and storage and things so that if my main computer dies, I still have everything, or 99% of everything. So that's a plan. So yay. If I could afford, this is the problem. I need money for fixing things. I don't need money for new things, but I want new things. If I could afford another graphics card, we could have the Linux box run Stable Diffusion and probably some other things in order to share the load. Anyways. We're not entering reconstruction yet. I'm having a look around before we go into reconstruction mode. Did anything spawn out here now that we're not being escorted by Cat anymore? Yeah, because the GPU in the old computer is a 1063 gigabyte. It would commit Sudoku if we asked it to do AI art. Blast the door, that's a tad freaky. Just a bit. The one, oh, that's... No, I don't think we lost that. Actually, let me go and make sure I'm not crazy. Though I'm playing a Call of Cthulhu game, so, you know, I am crazy, but yeah. Wasn't this what was open? It's just they pulled this closed? Alright. I guess we have to go into investigation mode. It won't give us anything. Doing flashbacks to Sinking City.
What happened here?
Okay, I'm assuming I failed that then.
Le Petit Parisien. Who might keep a news clipping about Sarah Hawkins?
Yes, except that's a solid metal sheet with no room on either side, so I didn't put...
What is this picture of Charles and Sarah Hawkins doing here?
I'm convinced I'm failing all of these.
It smells as bad as it looks. Who has enough money to buy painkillers, but stays in a place like this? Can't sleep. I know how that feels.
Can't use my light in this mode, okay? There was a little bit of space to move it.
Is this one of Sarah Hawkins' paintings?
I don't think I got any clue right here. Oh, we have 4 points now. Psychology. It autosaves. I cannot save scum. It autosaves. Okay. So, eloquence or psychology. I just failed all those psychology checks, so I kind of want to do this. But I also have failed all of my eloquence checks, so I also want to do this. Cat, age 24, occupation, gang boss. Boss of a gang of bootleggers which seems to use Darkwater as a hideout. Cat always keeps an eye on her territory, the zone of abandoned warehouses on the docks. I have the impression that all the men on Darkwater fear her. Even Mitchell, the owner of the stranded whale, is reluctant to talk about her. She uses Darkwater as the point of departure for her cargoes of whiskey, and she is slowly gnawing away at Captain Fitzroy's territory. Officially unused since Charles Hawkins' death, this warehouse recently housed a clandestine resident. Signs of life attest to the fact. The presence of blood-stained bandages must also be noted, probably removed from a wound, as well as pills, painkillers, and sleeping pills. Moreover, the occupant seems obsessed with Sarah Hawkins, as attested by the presence of several documents connected to the artist's life, photograph, press cutting. But it is the discovery of a partly charred painting, recognized by Officer Bradley as having... Excuse me, we haven't quite gotten to this part yet. Recognized by Officer Bradley as having come from the Hawkins mansion, that allows all doubts to be lifted as to the link between the contents of this building and the Hawkins case. Game developers, You, may want to watch out for stuff like that. Okay. I have failed both of these. Or I could save for the remaining spot hidden investigation. I'm ignoring strength. Just max out spot hidden, get all the secret things. Which should help me get occultism and medicine. So I am pretty tempted to do that, because that will lead to these two. I think I'm just gonna be bad at stuff until I can get those remaining 2 points.
Someone has settled in here. And whoever it is has something to tell me about the Hawkins case. Is there anyone in there? You! Don't move! Detective Pierce. I told you to stay away from this warehouse.
Threaten him? No. Let's team up. I have failed all of these. I'm just gonna take one of the non-tests.
You mean messed up?
Dog. We don't take no lessons from the likes of you. We do our job carefully and fairly. No stone was left unturned.
Really? Can you explain what this painting is doing here?
This strange portrait. Wait, I know it. It was in the Hawkins mansion when we came to investigate the fire.
So you confirm that it was removed from the crime scene? Interesting. I'd like to go and see the mansion now.
Of course. You want to go back along his trail? I'd like to understand how this painting made it to here. Come on. My car's parked down the way. Andrews, would you please shut the door? And open your eyes, damn it. This guy went right under your nose. God damn it. Her again. This case has nothing to do with you, Baker. Clear the passage or I'll shut you up for obstruction.
Officer Bradley, you've finally grown a pair. Too bad you're too fat to see them down there.
Why, you?
Come on, keep the smile. You don't want to force me to widen it.
Okay, I get it. Can we go to the mansion now?
I thought I'd straightened you out, mister. I am disappointed, but we'll meet again.
Is it far,
Right.
this mansion?
Look behind you, at the top of the ridge. You see the building? That's the Hawkins mansion. Come on, we got some driving to do.
Okay. Pierce managed to get into the warehouse. The place, thought to be abandoned, revealed some surprises. Signs of recent occupation, as well as a partly charred painting. Interrupted in his searching by Officer Bradley, Pierce convinced him to join his investigation. The officer is willing to drive the detective to the Hawkins mansion.
Well, here we are. Hawkins Mansion. The place has been abandoned since the fire. There's only old Winchester in his hut.
So it does look like you can change how some things will go, but you need to see... Yeah. Not the first to talk about Winchester.
Your partner, Andrews, warned me against him.
You managed to get something out of that bum? I'll end up asking you for advice.
He talks too much. He inferred that old Silas was slightly unhinged.
That's not far off the mark, I suppose. But kinda unfair at the same time. You know, Silas Winchester has been working for the Hawkins family as far back as I can remember. Charles was like a son to him. The day of the fire, he lost his whole family, so he's got nowhere to go. And, as you'll see, in a way, he's still watching over them. Is there anything else you want to ask me? Or do you want to go up there?
Conversely, the major beats seem to be set. Okay. We'll try.
You're the one who looked after the Hawkins case.
Don't think I was trying to hide it. It's just that this discovery shakes my convictions.
That's why you're so keen to find out who removed the painting from the mansion.
Yes. If something escaped us, or if there's been a law enforcement error, then it's up to the police to make good its mistake.
That has
Anything
been ruled
else?
to be untrue. If you're in the US, at least. Spot hidden. I thought the mansion burnt in a fire.
I see no scorched trees or fire damage on the building.
You're pretty damn observant, ain't you? The fire was quickly contained. Old Silas acted as soon as he could.
Not soon enough to save the Hawkins.
They were trapped in the drawing room. And don't go troubling Silas anymore. His guilt torments him enough as it is. Are we gonna take a closer look at this mansion, or do you have other questions?
Place is falling to ruin.
You won't get me to believe that it looked any better 3 months ago.
It's a very old building, you know? Its foundations would probably date from the arrival of the first settlers.
It's got nothing to do with Charles Hawkins' debts.
Ha! You've already begun to nose around, it would seem.
I'm a private
Since
detective.
you already know it, the Hawkins family couldn't afford the upkeep of this house. It remains to be seen what they did with all their money. I wager it was Charles Hawkins' travels. Let's go up there. Unless you still have questions.
Anything I should be aware
I
of?
prefer to be prepared if there's going to be trouble.
It's a wise attitude. But apart from old Silas and some rotten floorboards, there's nothing to worry about.
Could he be a problem?
Strictly speaking, he ain't dangerous. But since the tragedy, he's been a little touched. Though he's a remarkably sturdy man, given his age. A true force of nature.
A sad old man doesn't worry me.
Gee, if you don't want to listen to my advice, we might as well go. Right?
Night falls quickly here, and I want to be able to see when we arrive.
I'll go with you, if only to reassure Silas.
Why not? You can help.
Right. Let's go.
Drawing room. The original artwork said dining room, I thought. Well, let's have a look. Where's my sanity at? I'm still fine. Officer Bradley, age 37, occupation police officer. This hick cop likes order and justice. He's no great sleuth, but he seems more inclined than his colleagues to discover the truth in the Hawkins case. The inhabitants of the island seem to be friendly with him. He could help with my investigation. The Hawkins mansion is perched at the top of a steep cliff. The abandoned garden harbors the graves of the Hawkins family, and only the old caretaker, Silas Winchester, still roams this bleak spot. He protects it fiercely and still puts flowers in the graves of his old masters. It's a gloomy place. says the fire started in the dining room and claimed the whole family. Good catch.
Recently fallen. It's as if all life has abandoned the place.
Yes, much ing is being had. Ooh. A figurine of a whale carved from wood. It's a sort of toy that sailors made for their children. And then we get some Resident Evil looking puzzles.
Bradley was right. This place is much older than I imagined.
Ah, it's not just clicking, it's rotating the mouse wheel.
Poor kid. Charles Hawkins' grave. Who could have done this?
I told you. Silas Winchester is still watching over the Hawkins family.
I must say, it's pretty gloomy.
So, Detective, does this place inspire any thoughts?
Why were they buried here?
I was given to believe that it was Charles Hawkins' wish.
Strange idea. I imagine Webster wasn't too pleased.
Mrs. Hawkins' father? It's said that he's devastated.
Let's go to the mansion.
Please give me a minute. I didn't expect to set foot back here after the burial. What kind of deranged individual would defile this sanctuary? And steal a burnt painting? I don't see Silas doing such a thing. Let alone allowing it. Even that broad baker is above that. Lord, have pity on this poor family.
The flowers on Sarah Hawkins' grave are fresh. I'll have to find another entrance.
No comment on the busted vase. There was then. I think you might have sent that before there was, though. And I, admittedly, don't want to say too much given what I do know about the game.
This entrance is still in use.
Whoa! Whoa! You were trying to force the door, you nosy prick!
Easy, sir, all right? Put down the axe.
You know what we do with rubble like you? We gut them. Dump them into the ocean.
Whoa! You're Mr. Winchester. Lower that axe. And let's talk calmly.
I'll show you how we have it out on Darkwater.
Do not defile this place.
You haven't forgiven yourself. You stay here to honor the memory of the deceased.
That's true. I want no more violence. No more tragedy.
It's painful to be the last one left.
You don't know how right you are. Understood. I'm listening.
The police report describes a domestic accident. But Stephen Webster has several reasons to believe that this may not be the case.
Webster is as stubborn as an old mule. And I did tell him that we should let the dead rest in peace.
He wants to restore the reputation of his daughter. I just need to see where the fire started.
No, I can't let you in. The mansion isn't safe.
That's why you barricaded the entrance.
That's right.
And this door?
It's locked, and I make sure it stays that way.
The sooner I carry out my investigation, the sooner I wrap up the case and return to Boston. After which, you'll never hear of me again.
Huh. I like the sound of that, but I have a better idea. You leave right now, and you never come back.
Silas! Pierce! In God's name, what are you doing?
Officer Bradley, this hood was trying to break into the mansion.
Do something, Bradley, or this story will have a nasty ending.
I vouch for him, Silas. He's working with us.
Bradley would actually
We have reason to believe that someone entered the mansion and stole some paintings.
Impossible. I would have seen it.
Better safe than sorry. Now let us in. I promise to keep an eye on this one.
Okay, then. I'll leave the key with you. You could have told me that earlier, Sonny.
Let's see what more I can learn from this mansion.
I don't think Bradley saved the guy in the that I watched, so yay? I certainly don't remember Bradley saving him. I seem to remember something along the lines of Pierce, hurry up.
This gate is locked.
Well, I have a key. Also, dude, someone already stole a painting from there. Bradley, yep. Bradley just pointed that out, too. Can it take an X? No. Once again, stand by state that MC is not a great detective. He's not. But he's theoretically really good at spotting things.
Bourbon. Empty, of course.
I don't know what that's supposed to do for me.
poor wretch seems to spend the best part of his time isolated from the world. I know a thing or two about solitude myself. Rather Spartan. The caretaker has simple tastes.
Use the freaking lockpicks! Oh, this is Ocarina of Time hookshot all over again. Only works on official Ganon Co. approved objects. Well, in a different playthrough, you might have been able to eavesdrop the guy at the window. Possibly.
Pierce, shall we enter?
Where did Silas go? Is he back at the graves? I'm just curious. Oh, he's removing the tree!
Do you have a moment?
What now?
Nothing. Sorry.
Stop wasting my time.
That's kind of cool to have him actually doing caretaker things instead of either vanishing or just finding a place to go stand. Like a lot of games do.
Now that you finish your fun and games with Silas, we can perhaps inspect the mansion.
You're right. Let's go. Let's take a look inside.
I'm with you.
Pierce and Officer Bradley explored the gardens of the Hawkins mansion. The family lies in the graveyard of the property guarded by Silas Winchester. The old caretaker, still faithful to his employers, keeps a watch over the place armed with his axe. Pierce and Bradley manage to calm him down and, finally, get a hold of the key to the Hawkins mansion. They enter the building, looking for the scene of the fire. Enter Madness.
Follow me. I know the place. Who left this light on?
Six. Okay. I'm just going to go all in on spot hidden first. Find as much as possible. I am a master at seeing things. Got hold of a key that opens the door to the tradesman's entrance of the Hawkins mansion. I hope that it is worth the risk. Well, that's an interesting thing behind him.
The Last Supper of the Hawkins. What does this tell me?
Oh, I'm looking around normally first. There is, in fact, no fire in the dining room. That certainly would be burnt. Interesting smudged bit beside him. Interesting eldritch location. Destroyed painting. River.
What kind of meat is this?
Well,
this place is for the head of the family, Charles Hawkins. The boy was probably here, smashed his plate on the floor.
You are in investigation for fire. You don't look at the. I did look at the. Oh, you mean Pierce? Okay. Yeah, I looked at the fire. Pierce did not. You make a good point.
Sarah Hawkins' plate. Why did she leave it untouched?
Probably because the meat is green.
Something happened at this table. An argument?
Really? Is that it?
Hey, Pierce. Daydreaming again?
Working, officer. This dinner table tells us a lot about the Hawkins family life.
Well, we don't have all day. The scene of the fire is next door.
Bradley did say it was in the drawing room, not the dining room. So Bradley is not surprised.
Silas managed to bring the fire under control, but it was already too late for the Hawkins.
They seem happy, but Charles is already looking off into the future. His marriage just a stop along the way. Was Charles Hawkins some kind of explorer?
Charles Hawkins poses like an explorer in front of exotic ruins. It is common knowledge that he wasted away his fortune on expensive trips. What was he looking for? That is an interesting thing. Today we just think, oh, it's Egypt, they are the pyramids. But they are exotic ruins.
Too much rubble. I'll find an easier way.
No books?
Let's see if I can find something the cops missed.
The Last Supper. Since the fire in the Hawkins mansion, the dining room has remained intact. The setting allow the places occupied by the family members to be determined. Visibly, etiquette was respected, even in private. Charles Hawkins sat at the head of the table, his wife and son on either side. The knocked-over chair could be due to something that happened after the fire, or it could confirm the theory of a domestic argument. Clearly, the roast was untouched in certain plates. The meat, mysteriously preserved, since then seems to have been the subject of the dispute between the Hawkins family. Charles Hawkins poses like an explorer for exotic ruins. It's common knowledge. Oh, wait, no, it's different. It's common knowledge that he wasted away his fortune on expensive trips. What was he looking for? Pierce, it's a slightly tilted bookcase. How is that a barricade? That is a good point. So how is this room so totaled? The outside hall is entirely clean. That is a good point.
The child's corpse left a trace. Where are the others? They had a fight. Why? Was Charles Hawkins a heavy drinker? If the painting I found on the docks really came from here, how come it didn't burn?
That painting is distinct. The area around the painting is distinctly not burnt either.
Did Sarah Hawkins lose one of her shoes? How? Did it stop at the time of the fire? Did someone escape the fire?
Doing something. Yep, just got it.
Blood. This lamp was thrown. This was no accident. This was a fight. Someone fell here. A desperate attempt to flee.
Pierce detecting for the first time. Yeah, Pierce.
And the boy.
I don't know if
Detective, what do you make of it?
I don't know if it's the lack of points in investigation or what it is, but
Much of this evidence simply contradicts the investigation's findings.
Really? Tell me about it.
I was under the impression the fire started around midnight.
Yes, Silas banged on our door around 1 a.m. Poor devil ran so hard he was almost belching his lungs out.
This clock burned before 10 p.m.
That's impossible. What you imply? Silas never would have hurt the Hawkins family. Besides, Dr. Fuller confirmed the hour of death in his report. Your clock must have already have stopped.
Dr. Fuller?
A brilliant surgeon, and a friend of the family. I'm sure he took the matter to heart. So, excuse me if I value his opinion over yours.
So be it. Let's move on. I found a bottle of whiskey. Empty.
Well, that must have been a loss for you.
No glass. I suspect one of them drank heavily to calm down. Charles, most probably.
That's pretty thin. Who says that bottle hadn't been there for a while?
I can tell where young Simon was, but not his parents. Where were their bodies found?
I can't help you on that one. Charles and Sarah's bodies had already been carried away when I got here.
Without your authorization? By whom?
Marshall, Andrews, Chief West. We never deal with cases like that, you know. So... well...
It would seem at least one person fled the crime scene.
What'd you say?
That mark on the door. Someone's hand slid down there. The left side has no mark. The door was open and that someone left.
For God's sake. I mean, if it's Charles or Sarah, they wouldn't have left their son.
They would rather die in the flames as a family instead of calling for help? I don't buy it.
Oh, yeah?
I suspect this lamp caused the fire.
That's what the investigation suggested, too.
But does your report mention the bloodstains? The lamp didn't fall, it was thrown at someone.
For heaven's sakes, no. The report doesn't mention that.
I firmly believe this fire was more than just an accident.
Huh. What's your theory?
Couple had a fight. This is an arson. Crime of passion. Couple had a fight.
I think the Hawkins couple got into a fight.
You sure of that?
There's only one way to be sure.
Nice touch of the lighter will burn your fingers. Yep, and a good mechanic to keep you from using it too much.
I just ask that you don't disturb anything. If Chief West found out about what we're doing, I'd be in serious trouble.
This door is locked.
Please use the lockpicks. History of medicine in the 18th century. This collection of medical knowledge and health practices in the 18th century actually only covers the so-called civilized countries, does not deal with the influence of holistic medicines or medicines from continents considered inferior. A raven feather. Almost there.
These bandages are covered in dried blood. The same bandages that I saw in the warehouse on the docks. And given the bloodstains, I'd also say that it's the same person.
I don't remember what direction I'm supposed to be going. I want to go in the opposite direction for as long as I can. I think I need to go up.
The lyrics of the drunken sailor, a sea shanty. This door is blocked from the outside.
Oh no, I guess I'm not going up this way. Ooh, what am I not seeing? Or is it just the mansion in general?
An original edition of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein.
Okay.
Dated 1818.
Fun noises. Thank you for the help, Bradley.
Moby Dick, Melville's classic. The epic battle between man and whale.
Do I get a point in occultism?
Mandatory reading for any whaler, I guess. This place was falling apart long before the fire.
Yeah, he doesn't look crazy in there.
A book on the first inhabitants of the island. It seems they got here around the 14th century.
Human Body, Comparative Analysis. A precise and very detailed treatise on the particularities of the human body compared to the animal world. The simplicity of its writing and the vulgarization of its vocabulary make it accessible to the profane. So close. Won't be an amateur much longer. Just interesting that the father has the red goopy aura coming off him in his wife's painting of the family. True. Well, he just looks like a vampire.
Greek mythology. Hecate, goddess of the dead, daughter of Tartarus, and mother of Scylla. Darkwater history. This place was settled back in 1692 by two families that seceded from the New England colonies. A book on hunting whales, the island's staple diet last century.
Mother of Scylla seems like the important part of that passage. Ooh. The crowbar found in Hawkins Manor probably belongs to the caretaker Silas.
Crowbar could prove useful.
Wait, do I now have a weapon?
20,000 leagues under the sea. Another story about the mysteries of the deep.
A rare edition of Jules Verne novel.
One of Sarah Hawkins' paintings. Her style sure is recognizable.
I don't remember if I need to talk to Bradley or keep exploring. Face off on that one.
What could Sarah have done to make this person threaten to call the police?
Dear sir, as you know, I have always held you and your family in high respect. Unfortunately, I can no longer continue to close my eyes on the behavior of your wife. Last week, she again terrified my clientele. I know that she means no harm, but you should place her in the care of Dr. Fuller. He alone seems to be able to make her come to her senses. If these disturbances were to recur, believe me that, although it would feel like torture, I would be obliged to involve the police. Respectfully yours, Anton Willard. Pretty sure you could give that a couple good kicks in order to get rid of it. Okay, if we're going here, I'm going to backtrack to talk to Bradley, because I'm pretty sure this is the next area. The docks.
What do you know about Charles Hawkins' activities?
Well, not much, to be honest. We all assumed the Hawkins lived on Charles's inheritance.
Okay, I thought there'd be more there. Looks down hall. Yep, plot down this hallway. Reverse! That's the other thing, and the big change is, the person I watched was just kind of rushing through, not being too thorough, which makes sense. Doing a lot of videos and stuff, you decide, well, I just want to get a story of the game.
This door is locked.
Ooh! He opens the door, so Sawyer Hawkins' office was concealed. I just barely caught that glint of green. Oh, okay, and so that's the key to get in here. We'll investigate this room last. Must it be so dark in here?
The boys' room.
The claw marks are interesting. Much,
The argument that led to their tragic end seems to have been simmering for some time.
Simon's private journal. He seemed worried about his mother and her attacks. Tension also seems to be growing between the Hawkins couple. Could the fire be the result of an argument? Saturday. Today with mother we played in the garden, but she is still sad. I hate it when she is sad. Is she angry with father? Father scolded me. He shouted loud and wanted to spank me, but mother did not want him to. He is always angry. Why? There are lots of strange things in his office. I just wanted to look at them. Tuesday. I built a castle for mother. And he told her to come and hide with me. I think. No, and I can't quite read that. Wednesday. She's always painting monsters. I don't like her monsters. I have bad dreams, and they come into my bedroom and look at me. I cry and mother shouts at me. And father says that I must take tablets. They are not nice. I do not want to take them. Yeah, that doesn't look good. Mother is screaming again. Tuesday. Mother is screaming again. She cries a lot. Father is sad too and angry with mother. I don't know why. She scribbled out. Wednesday. Mother is sad again. At lunch, we ate in silence. It was strange. Father said, finish your dishes. We always eat the same thing. It looks like rotten fish and it smells very bad. Why does he always want us to eat that? It's not very nice. If we have to eat it again tonight, I will throw my plate on the floor and smash it. I think he carried out his threat. Half expected the pictures to start moving when I did that.
What was going through that boy's mind?
Yeah, let me finish. This entire populace had an opiate problem. Yeah?
A child's fort. From what threat was Simon protecting his world? Tom Sawyer. Mark Twain. Sarah must have read it to him before bed. Sleeping pills. Strong for an 11-year-old boy. What was wrong with this family?
I believe the word you're looking for is everything.
What nightmarish vision could have inspired them? Simon's troubles went beyond family problems. That kid saw something. Something terrified him.
Supplies, and she made it to bed.
What will her room reveal about her? Barbiturates. Sarah Hawkins must have been extremely agitated resorting to such a treatment.
Barbiturates. They act as a depressant of the nervous system, but once you begin, you can never live without them. Of that, I know something. That's it? Sarah Hawkins' sketches look more like a gallery of horrors than anatomical studies. Do they represent what haunts her nights? Occultism progression! Haha! 5% instead of the 2% you've been moving at after that initial 10. Quebec police report the lamps caused the accidental fire, destroyed the mansion. However, bloodstains and the debris tell a very different story. Partly burned shoe, it seems like it belonged to Sarah Hawkins. Glass of this heavy clock is broken and the hands show 10 o'clock. It could give the time of the fire or have nothing to do with it. Contradicting the police report, the Hawkins drawing room tells a totally different version of the fire that claimed the whole family, beginning with the presence of a handprint that throws up the possibility of a survivor. The bodies of Charles and Sarah Hawkins left no mark on the floor, nor, to that matter, in the drawing room, contrary to that of the child, still visible close to the fireplace. The same goes for the glass shards on the floor. A close inspection reveals the presence of blood on several of them. On the wall, the very clear mark left by the painting found in the Hawkins warehouse confirms that the Hawkins case could be much more than a domestic accident. Same thing. Same thing. In the little boy's room, an abandoned book on the bed and toys scattered on the ground talk about the everyday life of a normal family. But the disturbing drawings and the sleeping pills raise suspicions that even Simon Hawkins may have been suffering from mental illness. Was the boy able to see things like her mother pretended to be? Okay. The crowbar and the key.
A barbiturate prescription from a certain Dr. Fuller.
Dr. Thomas Fuller, Riverside Institute, Darkwater, Massachusetts. Date 7/21/24. 75 milligrams of unpronounceable sodium to be taken every 4 to 6 hours is required. If attacks become too violent, add 25 milligrams also unpronounceable, up to 3 times a day. Do not consume alcohol or any other medication during the period of treatment. Dr. Thomas Fuller, Take 2, Darkwater General Store.
Such an excessive dose. Either this man is a charlatan, or Sarah's condition is unlike anything I've ever seen. This padlock is too complicated for me.
You are a professional level lockpick. Also, yeah, I have a point I didn't know I had. Ah, I missed these.
It's no use. The padlock won't give.
The fun room.
The door is blocked on the other side. Was Sarah Hawkins interested in the occult? What was she trying to achieve?
Ceremonial circle. If the creature is not yet anchored in our dimension, an expulsion ritual might work. As long as the person performing it makes sure that he integrates the elder sign among the glyphs that make up the ceremonial circle. Be careful though, because the works that describe the creation of set circles are not all of proven reliability. Extract taken from Malleus Mysterium by Abigail G. So if you didn't find the key, you might have gotten in by lockpick. Yep. And if you didn't get in by lockpick, you better hope that you can find the key.
Sarah Hawkins' agent was getting worried. Seems she wasn't giving any signs of life.
My very dear Sarah, ever since you left to bury yourself away on that lost island, your art has been attracting increasing numbers of collectors. I beg you to send me some new paintings. The last ones, so somber and strange, moving as no other paintings have been, are selling at a premium price. The percentage of these most recent sales is attached. Do not forget your friend was the first to recognize your genius and display it to the world. Affectionately yours, Maximilian L.
Despite what happened, they seem to have loved each other.
Charles Hawkins scribbled a kind word to his wife. Fate brought us together, and forever it will bind us. Yes, or a threat.
This ledger lists all of the paintings Sarah Hawkins sold.
Bind us, not always loving. Boston Client, JF, Boston Client, FS Exhibition. JF, FS Exhibition, Boston Client, FS Exhibition, FS Exposition, FS Exposition, Dr. F. A.D. Returned, FS Expedition, Dr. F. Treatment, Shambler for FS Gift.
It seems the last one was given for free to a Francis Sanders. I wonder why.
Bradley? Is that you?
Yep, here we go. She's selling you about $300 a night to twice a month's income. It's a good month's income, too.
Is anyone there? You! Stop!
Pierce, run faster.
Bradley, did you see which way he went?
Who? I didn't see anyone. I just heard some noise. Are you all right?
A man was hiding on the upper level. He ran when he saw me. He can't be far.
I'm going back up to look at the room.
An original edition of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, dated 1818.
Well, to be fair, I think he was distracted by the fact that there was a painting of him. Yeah, he grabbed the painting of Pierce. It was right there. Though, I think it was right there. This doesn't look like the room that was in the cutscene. What was that? Really?
I'll cover you.
Now we're conserving oil.
This door was closed earlier. Where did he go?
Must have got out some way.
Seems like this came from a log.
Monday, 24th May, 1847, 42 North, 70 West, Darkwater Island. We sailed north all morning. Captain Hamilton is confident. He says that we beat Orpheus this season. May God be merciful. One moment. I'm checking my cameras. Noises were heard. Come on, load. Sunday, 30th May 1847, 47 North, 55 West. I preferred it when the whales disappeared without trace. With these carcasses, we can no longer ignore their sad fate. What is eating these huge beasts? I told Hamilton that it was a bad omen. He doesn't care. Tuesday, 1st June 1847. 49 North, 61 West. We dropped anchor near a village. The inhabitants say that the waters are red with the blood of the sacred beasts, and to follow them is to defy the gods. I told them that I only feared God Almighty, but in the loneliness of the hold, I'm scared. Friday, 4th June 1847. 57 North, 51 West. We have sighted a huge whale in the distance. It seems to be beyond anything known to man. It sends out an infernal song. Hamilton wants it. Wednesday, 23rd June 1847. 33 North, 53 West. We've caught it. It's the most grotesque whale I've ever laid eyes upon. It will go into memory as the biggest catch ever. Men have died, but we have gained glory. This day will be celebrated for years to come. Tuesday, 29th June 1847. Darkwater, we have beaten the Orpheus, returned with empty holds. The Scylla and Hamilton are only memories. Ah. I am all the way up to 4 points. 5 points! Okay, what do we want to do? One more for investigation, given I can't pick anything. Or throw in a psychology or eloquence. You know what? I want to actually be able to pick locks to get into things. I think I'm going to save for investigation. I'm not bothering with strength. Old hurricane lamp still working. I've just got to be careful, it burns a lot of oil. Also, I might have to make a quick run again before we finish out the night. Yeah, I'm going to make a quick run again, and then we're going to finish out the night, then we're going to be good. I return again. Alright. Don't have a lot left tonight. I'm surprised I'm actually managing to get back to the full hours. I am quite tired, but excited to be streaming, which is keeping me going. Okay. Oh, face. Face. There we go. One last quick check to make sure everything is working, except for Twitch, because Twitch is Twitch. Well, let's see if Twitch actually did fix itself. Nope, Twitch says I'm both live and offline at the same time. Schrodinger's stream. What is that? Oh, that's gonna be a fun drama. I'm not gonna start naming names, but let's just say that someone just committed a crime and it's going to be all over YouTube. I think investigation needs to be next because I'm just doing...
As if the bookcase has been moved several times. This panel is movable. Cogwheels. They must be linked to an opening mechanism. Probably a secret passage. I must find a way to activate the opening mechanism.
Force the gear train, do nothing. Use it. Ooh! I'm gonna do nothing for now.
Touching them for the moment.
Gonna investigate the rest.
The Scylla. It's the boat that was stranded at the entrance to the harbor. It looks like a freehand map of dark water. Certain areas have been highlighted. I wonder why. Clearly, Charles Hawkins knew Captain Fitzroy very well.
This photo, Charles Hawkins and Captain Fitzroy are posing with a third man. They seem close.
I wonder who the man with the glasses is in the photograph. Probably another friend of Hawkins.
Ah. Since we have an oil refill here, let's get the better look.
This Dr. Fuller, was he Sarah Hawkins' therapist?
Charles, I understand your worries, but I assure you that Sarah is in good hands here at Riverside Institute. It goes without saying that her state requires very specific care and a high level of attention. Her full potential will only be able to express itself if she is placed in a secure environment and surrounded by qualified staff. The decision of yours is yours, of course, but I seem to understand that you are running out of time. Your friend, Thomas Fuller. Yeah, a doctor threatening people.
They look
is
like
about
Celtic
right.
runes.
Ooh.
Charles must have brought them back from one of his foreign trips.
Another 5% in occultism.
It looks like an old seaway map.
Somebody added coordinates to this old sea map. They make up a journey.
Looks like the navigational paths described in the log. Charles Hawkins was keeping her father's letters from her.
Fun. These letters have been opened but visibly have not left Charles Hawkins' office. They are tied together by a carefully knotted braid. Why did Hawkins intercept his wife's mail? Put her into my care, surrounded by people who believe me, not her, where she'll have no bodily autonomy. This will surely help her. Yep. Mental doctors are...
The Scylla.
Not people to be trusted.
It's the boat that was stranded at the entrance to the harbor. This globe seems to have been part of some mechanism.
This is how the other guy,
Doesn't work.
got in.
I must have missed something. There must be a link with the Seaway map.
I'll try that, though I don't remember how, just that he used the globe. But I'll try the crowbar first.
Have you seen the old maritime maps on Charles Hawkins' desk?
Strange. No ship has left Darkwater shore for years. Maybe he kept them for sentimental reasons.
With this, I should be able to force the gears.
Well done, Pierce.
Alright, let's look over everything that we got first. I was hoping I'd get another point for that. The Hawkins Mansion. The Hawkins Mansion was falling into ruin well before the fire that claimed its residents. The building, once luxurious, today lies witness to the ruin of the Hawkins family. The paintings of Sarah Hawkins are spread throughout the corridors. Moisture eats away at the books of the imposing library, and the windows are broken and condemned. The drawing room, where the fire started, revealed it to be more than just a domestic accident. Sarah Hawkins' office bears the signs of an occult practice, and a, no doubt, huge creature left its mark on the walls of the corridor that leads to his workshop. As for Charles Hawkins' office, her workshop. As for Charles Hawkins' office, it revealed a passage into a network of underground caves. Let's see. Does he say anything else? No. Celtic runes. Small polished stones decorated with Celtic runes, probably used for divination rituals. They are mostly found in Europe. Discover Mansion's secret passage. Inside the Hawkins Mansion, the scene of the fire revealed its secrets. Pierce and Officer Bradley, now on the trail of a survivor, have undertaken to search the place looking for proof. When a hooded man leaped into Sarah Hawkins' workshop to steal a painting, detective and police officers set off after him. By following him to the office of Charles Hawkins, they discover a secret passage. Pierce and Bradley enter the tunnel under the mansion.
Secret passage, under the manor. It's like a detective novel. That guy must have already gotten far.
Yeah. And he had a direct means of entry to the crime scene. We must find him.
What is this place? It's more than just a tunnel. Look. Someone's been here recently.
Did I get another point? I did not. I am disappointed. I did get a clue. Who would have guessed that Hawkins' mansion was hiding such big and intricate tunnels underneath? It seemed to be the hideout of a cult of some kind. Can't believe Sarah and Simon lived right above such danger without knowing anything.
3 seats.
Hold it. I'm doing a look around first.
A disfigured saint. What does it mean?
That's pleasant. All right, fine.
Did Charles Hawkins use this place? Who were the others?
Would have guessed. Entire audience waves their hands enthusiastically.
Did Charles Hawkins hide something in this chest? What is this mask supposed to represent? This piece of cloth is unmistakably from a dress. Sarah Hawkins. Was she hiding from someone? Whoever was sitting here could have seen Sarah Hawkins. Could this be related to her death?
Thank you. I didn't notice the green on him, so I just started looking elsewhere for anything else that might have a dot.
This padlock is too complicated for
me. Pierce! Pierce! Oh my gosh, Pierce, you're terrible. You are an awful detective. I don't think it goes up without the points, does it? I mean, it'll go up by percentage, but I don't think it affects anything. Okay. The underground antechamber. The strange antechamber hidden at the entrance to the network of caves raises new questions. The presence of a table and 3 chairs leads to the belief that Charles Hawkins used the place for meetings in small groups. The existence of objects with esoteric connotations is more worrying, since they lead to the impression that we may be in the presence of a cult. Moreover, the torn fabric revealing Sarah Hawkins' presence in the place does raise questions. Was she in danger because she discovered these tunnels? Alright, let's go back and see if that changed anything. Oh, good. I'm just locked out now. Pierce. Pierce. How do you have any clients whatsoever?
Of course.
And something tells me that the key is climbing these steps.
Oh.
There's tunnels all over this island. Given the size of this cave, there's gotta be other entrances.
The passage continues further down. Might as well start with that.
I ain't gonna squeeze in there. I'll find another way. If possible, I prefer not to ruin my uniform.
Fine, fine. Go look for another entrance. I'll try my luck down below.
Face froze. Okay. Think you only get one shot at each object? Apparently. Noted. Noted. Secondary objective, go to the main cave. Thing is, I'm gonna have to drop very, very soon. Oh good, he moves even slower. Did I just drop the lighter? Thanks for being noisy, Pierce. Oh, look where we are.
An old diary.
In this volume, there is mention of the beliefs of the lost tribe. They worshipped an entity that spoke to them in their sleep. The whole tribe seemingly disappeared in a mass sacrifice to the glory of their deity.
A sad way to go. These paintings must be several centuries old.
Fun.
This monstrous creature must be an allegory.
Yeah. But we're playing Call of Cthulhu, so, you know.
These people lying down. Are they dead? Are they asleep?
Yep, that is the guy from the book at the start. I don't know. What a good stop Sparta is. Finally. Seriously? Also, how is it optional when this is where it put me out? There was no other way to go. I don't know what a good spot is, though. Given the circumstances. I mean, you guys could probably see where
Time
we
has
are.
weakened these structures.
And probably guess what's coming up. If you don't already know the story. Assuming there isn't a way to change it, which I don't think there is.
I don't have time to search them all.
Oh, come on. Look, a box full of useful stuff. Nope. How close are we to the
It
end?
looks like animal oil.
Of the game?
Certainly not whale.
Not a chance. When we complete this cave section, which I'm not sure about spoiling, but when we complete this cave section, we are, I think, a quarter of the way through the game. Okay, how close are we to the obvious forthcoming tentacle horror? So, okay, the spoiler that I have is we're getting really close to seeing the dream that Pierce had at the beginning of the game. But it's still a little bit of a ways of an exploration before we get there. And then there's a sequence after that before we get to a stopping point. The difference between, again, just spoiling it now, the difference between the dream and what we're going to see is we're actually going to see the faces of the people instead of the disfigured, faceless things that we saw before. Oh, now you do a sneaky open. And then immediately stand up.
What's going on here?
Piers!
Keep your voice down. We're not alone.
Good God. What have you got me into?
We'll see. I'll go on. Try to go down on your side.
Yeah, there's a passage. I'll meet you at the bottom.
Well, we can stop here then, since there's going to be a whole... Yeah, it's like, we know... Knowing how this sequence goes, assuming there isn't other things I can do, this is going to go for a bit. But we technically have already seen the important part of this whole thing. So I think I'm just gonna have to call it here for time reasons. To be perfectly honest, this game does seem to be pretty on rails. I don't know that I can do much different. Like, all the stuff that I'm getting, at least according to memory, is pretty peripheral to the main story. So tonight might be it, because I don't think I'm gonna achieve anything new that I haven't already seen besides just little bits and pieces. And I'd rather keep doing new stuff. Or if we're doing something that I know, that it's something that I can like, that has more gameplay, or that kind of I can push through without being forced to just sit and watch and sit and watch and sit and watch, if you know what I mean. I don't know what we're gonna do for Sunday yet. I'm gonna look up that Starfield but better game, but I'm not really in a position to buy more games. And I don't want to be running through more Baldur's Gate when we're just redoing stuff. I still need to do a lot of catch up, thanks to losing the Baldur's Gate 3 save. Oh, and I also lost the System Shock save. This makes me unhappy. So I don't know if we want to restart that or not, but it makes me unhappy. I like that game, and I'm sad that... I mean, at least I can blast through the beginning faster, but still. Yeah, I'll figure out something for what we're doing. We might just go back to Elden Ring for Soul Sunday, since that is at least new content. You know, stuff in the game I haven't seen yet. I don't know. Yeah, let's get out of here. Yeah. I need to... Why am I stuttering? That's OBS causing the stuttering. That's not me. OBS, what is your problem? Okay, it looks like OBS is starting to quit on us anyways. At least on my end, it looks like OBS is stuttering. So, I will see you all on Sunday, same time as always, 10 p.m. Eastern. I'll see if I can figure out what's going on with Twitch. Again, please, thank you to, Brain, not now, Brain. Thank you to Stormshot Skull Isle Odyssey for sponsoring the stream. Again, please, anyone who can, I would really appreciate you checking out the game. It's free, and giving me a hand. Before OBS dies, I will see you all on Sunday again. Thank you all for watching. Good to be back. Be safe and have a good weekend.